everybody's doing for 10 minutes.
Well, good evening, everybody. Before we get into tonight's jam session to begin, which I'll turn over to Barb here in just a second, want to make everybody aware that while this is a park-facilitated event, this is not only something that Barb really has the biggest hand in on, and her friends who really put this on. One of the biggest sponsors for this event is the Friends of Carter Caves. This is solely funded by the Friends of Carter Caves nowadays. I don't know whether you guys knew that or not. And so, yay! So the Friends are nice enough not only to help us take care of a lot of the expenses associated with this event, but they also provide the concessions over here and some information on the Friends group, that type of stuff. So if you get a chance to stop by and say hi to some of the Friends group, I encourage you to do so, because this event would not be possible without their generous donation to make sure that this goes on and on and on. And that's exactly what we want it to do. Also, as far as weather is concerned, we might be riding a razor's edge, okay? We're watching radars and that type of stuff. In the event that it does get to a point to where we want to relocate things that are going on, we will relocate to the Fields facility. It will probably take us about 30 minutes to do that. So if we're keeping our fingers crossed, we think we're going to be okay. We'll keep watching the radar. But if it does get to a point to where we do need to relocate things, we'll take about a 30-minute break. I'll relocate some of the sound equipment back over there, and we will have things in the Fields facility at the lodge as soon as we can get things back together, okay? So just wanted to make you aware of just a few of those things. Stop by the Friends group, but without further ado, I shall turn it over to our illustrious leader, Barb Coons. Where are you at?
I like to hide from him. Thank you, Paul. Paul provides our sound and mixing, and he's here all the time, and he's a great partner with our festival and with the park. So without further ado, we're going to start with some fiddle tunes in the great tradition that the Fraleys started, and we'll play Red Wing, and just come up here if you want. Oh, I bet that'd be pretty. I don't know. Okay, and we'll end with Golden Slippers. All right. In the key of G. Okay, we got one more. Marge, be all ready. Have your dulcimer out. Because we're looking forward to it. Okay, Golden Slippers. Thank you very much. Fabulous job. I love it when all these people come up and play. Well, I'm real happy to be here tonight and see all of you tonight and having a lot of music tonight. And our MC for the first half of the evening is John Herod from near Frankfort or Owenton, Kentucky. You probably remember him very many times from other years. He does a lot of great stuff. So without further ado, I'll introduce John, and he'll introduce our lovely musicians.
Oh my goodness. Welcome everybody to what Barb says is the 54th Fraley Family Mountain Music Gathering. That goes back to the time when it was a family reunion before it was a festival. I started coming in the mid-1970s, and from the very beginning, I thought this festival is completely unique because every year I came, I heard music here that I would not hear at any other so-called old-time music festival. It was a much wider range of old music from all the people that Anna Dean and JP knew, and it was quite a broad and diverse musical world, and that was true back in the 1970s, and it stayed true every year I came, and it's true this year. But we're going to start off with some dulcimer music, and I hope you can see these dulcimers. These are some of the prettiest dulcimers I've ever seen. There are three of them up here. Going to introduce Marge Diamond from Elyria, Ohio. She's been coming about 10 years. We've all been coming a long time. I think there are one or two newcomers this year that you're going to love. And with her guardian angel, Tish Westman from Beckley, West Virginia. And I've been seeing them around Cliff Top and here. So make them welcome, please. We're going to feature the Mountain Dulcimer.
Does that sound good? I think I'm in tune. Well, first place one we're going to play is Rock the Cradle Joe, and I sort of have a reputation for this song. If you could see Dave Haas sitting right up front here, you'd know why he's grinning at me, because he knows that's the song I like to call. So I'll try not to go too fast.
You go as fast as you want.
Can I? Oh, we go fast. Thank you, thank you. When I first started playing back early on, like at about 1985 or 86, a friend of mine took me up to Glenville, West Virginia for their folk. Glenville is at the Glenville Folk Festival, and yeah, West Virginia State Folk Festival. Thank you, Russ. And it started raining, so we went in this little restaurant, and I had my dulcimer with me, and I wasn't playing it, I just had it with me, and there was this man sitting at the table back beside us with a bunch of other people, and he says, "You got a dulcimer there?" And I says, "Yeah." He says, "Oh, can you play some things?" And I says, "Yeah, not very well, but I play a few things." And so he says, "Well, you play those, and I'll play them along with you." Well, that person was J.P. Fraley. And he invited me to come down to this event, but at that time, I was using up all my vacation. By the end of summer, by September, I've used up all my vacation time traveling around to different festivals. So I couldn't start coming until I retired. As soon as I was retired, I started coming here. So that's just a little bit of history for you. But next time you know, we're going to keep this. Thank you. This is my guardian angel.
I sit right here on Tuesdays.
How come sometimes I forget to get online? We Zoom it. We live far away, but we Zoom with each other and a couple other friends every Tuesday night at 7:30. It's like holy hour. And what we've done right now is put cables on our dulcimers because we're switching to E minor. Well, try again.
We tell each other that our teeth itch when you hear that.
this is one of the early pieces that Tish and I played together. It's an old English Renaissance tune, I believe. It's called Child Grove. You. And while we're in E minor, we're going to do a little more lighthearted piece. This is, some people call it Reuben's Train. I learned it's called 900 Miles. So you can call it whatever you want, but it's a I can't think of the word I want to say. Anyway, it's mesmerizing. That's what I say. It can become a mesmerizing tune. I got fans out in the audience. Next one here. Oh, Coleman's. We're going to do Coleman's March. This is a song I started playing a few years ago when I was learning it. I was learning it from a video, a fiddler playing it on YouTube, and it was a trying time in my life. And the song is about a person marching to the gallows. But I don't care if he was marching to the gallows. He must have wanted to give himself he must have been consoling himself, because it's just a consoling type piece. So we'll see what happens here. I'm going to start on you know where I'm going to start. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Are we out of time? We are? No more? Okay. I had a couple more I was going to... Oh. All right. The dulcimer I'm playing was built in 1980 by Bonnie Carroll, who lives out in Colorado. And since then, her dulcimers have become very, very valuable and very expensive. I bought it secondhand. It wasn't all that expensive, but it sounds just as good as the expensive one, so I've enjoyed having it. And I've been playing it out for quite a few years now. And the other one that... Do we have time to play the other one? No, we're done. Our time is up.
Well, yeah.
All right. I'll play something real quick. I'll play Jesse James. I have another dulcimer, G dulcimer. It was built by the Deere and Banjo Company just before they sold out their dulcimer instructions to a company in Ohio named Boulder Junction. So I bought it, and then we strung it up with some heavier strings, and eventually I had a possum board put on. That's extra board underneath there. And I keep it all the time in G. If I tried to go any higher, I would compromise my neck on it. So that's just a song I like to play in G, just for the fun of it. And this is for you, Dave Haas. And I'm going to play Jesse James.
Thank you, Marge and Tish. Hold up that one of yours, Tish.
Yeah, Tish needs to tell about hers.
This dulcimer was made by West Virginia builder Jim Good, and it's hand-carved, hand-hewn out on the inside, so it's an arched back and an arched top. It's pretty unusual.
And it's beautiful, too.
And I love her.
I can see.
It's spruce that's been stained with an antique cherry stain.
What about the bass on that dulcimer that Marge just played? Don't ever let anybody tell you that a dulcimer is just a rinky-tink instrument. That thing's powerful. That's more powerful than a guitar. Anyway. Next up, we have another Renaissance person. Marge did Child Grove, an old Renaissance tune. We have another Renaissance man here. He's a retired Shakespeare professor from Ohio University in Athens. But more than that, he comes from a family musical tradition. His grandfather was recorded by Mark Wilson. Hobart Stallard was a fascinating singer of old songs and funny songs and ballads. And that's how I first got acquainted with Matt. I knew about his grandfather. So they have a family band. He is here with his sons, Grant and Liam, and he's going to do some Ed Haley tunes and talk about the connection between J.P. Fraley and Ed Haley. Matt Stallard.
Hey there. Good to be back at the Fraley Festival. My first year, I think I was 3 years old, and then I continued to come through my teenage years and learned everything I knew about fiddling from J.P. Fraley. One of Fraley's influences was the great fiddler Ed Haley. Haley was born in 1883, died in 1951. When J.P. was a little kid, his dad would come and drop him off in the streets of Ashland, Kentucky, where Ed was busking, and he would follow Ed around, and Richard knew that he could find J.P. if he found Ed. He'd listen for the fiddle sounds, and so J.P. learned a lot of his tunes at his feet. So we're going to play 3 Haley tunes. I'm accompanied here by Grant and on the guitar, and my son Liam. And so the first tune we're going to play is Ed Haley's version of Lost Indian, which he did in a slightly different tuning than I'm going to play it in. He played it in a calico tuning, but all of mine are tunes I'm playing tonight are in cross A, and it's difficult to tune on stage, so I'm just using that tuning for that. For you purists who care about such things, he's not playing that in calico. Yeah, there's a reason. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks a lot. So that tune is called Lost Indian, and if that didn't sound like a Lost Indian, it's because there was a shortage of fiddle tunes in 1910, and so in the great fiddle tune shortage naming of 1910, they named about 30 tunes Lost Indian, and that happens to be one of them. So this next one we're going to do is sometimes called Richmond, but Ed Haley called it Cuckoo's Nest, and the reason it's called Richmond is because a fiddler from New York a few years ago, who only learned his tunes from records, came across a recording someone had made in the 1930s, and that's what they called it. But if you'd listened to John Harrod, he would have known that it was called Cuckoo's Nest, so never trust a New York fiddler. About Kentucky fiddle tunes, anyway. It was Cuckoo's Nest. Thank you. So this next tune is called Half Past Four, and it has got a sad background story to it. Ed and his wife Ella had a large family here in Ashland, Kentucky that they raised. They lived on 16th Avenue in Ashland. But they had one child who was a stillbirth. And so when that happened, Ed asked someone who was present to tell him what time it was reading on the clock on the wall. And so they said it was 4:30. And he composed this tune in memorial of that lost child. It's kind of a bouncy Johnny tune. It's not really a sad sounding tune. But yeah, that was the commemoration for that. It's a beautiful tune, 4:30. Thank you.
We're going step by step.
One sec.
We're not making any announcements, but it is the floods.
Okay, but when are we?
I don't know.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
the thing
Yeah,
we
I
don't
got you. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Matt, Grant, and Liam. Always good to have Ed Haley remembered. He was the premier fiddler from this end of the state, probably one of the greatest fiddlers of all time. And it's great that so many people are keeping his music alive. Speaking of traditions, next up we have the 37 Flood. They've been coming to this festival as long as I can remember. And many great musicians have passed through this band. And they're going to commemorate one person that we lost this year, Doug Chafin. I saw him for the last time last year at this festival. And they are Charlie Bowen, Sam St. Clair, Randy Hamilton from the Huntington area. And they're going to be joined by Barb Coons. The 37 Flood. How many of you remember the 37 Flood? I do, because there's a house in Monterey, the little town near where I live, where there's a big mark up on the side of the house that says 37 flood was right here.
Wasn't us.
Am I close enough? Yeah, that's good. I like this.
Your guitar is plenty loud.
We're awful happy to be here and talk about Doug. Doug Chafin joined our band almost a quarter of a century ago. And we were talking on the way here and in the parking lot and everywhere else. Don't know anybody that didn't like Doug. We have so many stories that if I tell them all, we'll be here for 3 hours. So I've cut it down to 3 songs. And each one, I mean, there are dozens that we think of Doug with, but I picked 3 that are different, and they all have a thing about Doug. This first one we're doing is an old party song called "Raising a Ruckus Tonight." We used to do a show called Route 60 Saturday Night, and every month we played with the Flood was the house band, and Doug loved this song. And I've got a picture, a short video of Doug almost dancing and almost singing with this song. He came very close, and I said, a couple more years, Doug, and you will be singing and dancing. He said, I don't know, but I've got that. I treasure that video. And so picture Doug dancing and almost singing on this song. It goes, well, come along, little children, come along, while the moon is shining bright.
While the moon is shining bright.
Head on board and down the river we'll go. We're gonna raise a ruckus tonight. You can sing it with us if you want. Come along, little children, come along, while the moon is shining bright.
The moon is shining bright.
Get on board and down the river we'll go. We're gonna raise a ruckus tonight. Get it, Sam.
Jenny and Sambo going to the barn.
Raise a ruckus tonight.
Well, Jenny broke fiddle over Sambo's arm.
Raise a ruckus tonight.
Well, it wasn't too long till Sambo died.
Raise a ruckus tonight.
Jenny made a fiddle out of Sambo's hide.
Raise a ruckus tonight. We're gonna rum along, little children, come along, while the moon is shining bright.
While the moon is shining.
Get on board and down the river we'll go. We're gonna raise a ruckus tonight. Play it, Sam. Well, I don't know, but I've been told,
Raise a ruckus tonight.
that the streets of heaven are lined with gold.
Raise a ruckus tonight.
I ask you how things get much worse.
Raise a ruckus tonight.
Then if the Russians happen to get up there first. Raise a ruckus tonight. We're gonna rum along, little children, come along, while the moon is shining bright.
The moon is shining.
Get on board and down the river we'll go. We're gonna raise a ruckus tonight. Get it, Barb. Woo. Oh, yeah. One last time. Well, rum along, little children, come along, while the moon is shining bright.
The moon is shining bright.
Get on board and down the river we'll go. We're gonna raise a ruckus tonight. And he was doing this, and he was singing. This next one, I always think of the Fraley Festival we did. We came here a few years, it's been, 10 years ago one time, and we played this song. And afterwards, people kept coming up and saying, what CD is that on? Well, it wasn't on any CD. And Doug told us about that later, and he said, if you put that on one of our CDs, we'll sell a blue million of them. Well, so because Doug told us to, we put it on the next. We didn't sell a blue million. We didn't sell any color million, actually, but But we sold some, and Doug smiled, and he always loved this song. It's called No Ash Will Burn. Well, I have seen rain on a cloudless day. I have seen snows that fell in May. Some things are always meant to change, and there ain't no ash will burn. Love is a precious thing, I know, burns just like West Virginia coal. But when the fire goes out, it's cold, and there ain't no ash will burn. Do it, Rand. In every life there comes a time when there are no more tears to cry. We all must leave something dear behind, and there ain't no ash will burn. Love is a precious thing, I know, burns just like West Virginia coal. But when the fire goes out, it's cold, and there ain't no ash will burn. Get it, Sam? Say this life is not your lot. Well, I can't be something that I'm not. We can't stoke a fire we ain't got, and there ain't no ash will burn. Love is a precious thing, I know, burns just like West Virginia coal. But when the fire goes out, it's cold, and there ain't no ash will burn. Do it, Park. I have seen rain on a cloudless day, and I have seen snows that fell in May. Some things are always meant to change, and there ain't no ash will burn. Love is a precious thing, I know, burns just like West Virginia coal. But when the fire goes out, it's cold, and there ain't no ash will burn. Thank you. When we found out Barb was going to play with us, I brought the tape recorder.
No, buddy.
We got one more. This one, a lot of people here knew Harvey McClellan and Nancy McClellan, of course JP and Anna Dean, and we have history with them, and Doug and Donna had history of them. When we lost Harvey back in 2014, Nancy asked us to play at Harvey's funeral, and I thought, what in the world are we going to play? And it was Doug that said, "My Dear Companion," and I thought, well, Doug that's a love song. Seemed kind of odd for a funeral. And he says, I know you'll fix the words. And so I did. And then a few years later, we played it at Nancy's funeral. And, this one's for you, Doug. Oh, have you seen our dear companion? He was all this world to me. Now he's gone to some fair country. Left me here, woe is me. Do you remember that day last summer? The air was warm, the sky was blue. All the birds were singing sweetly. The day we fell in love with you. Get it, Randy. When the night comes over the mountain, and when everyone's asleep, I will go down to the cool dark water. Set me down right there and we hit it, Sam. I was a sparrow flying, I'd fly to some high and lonesome place, join those little birds in their crying, remembering you and your dear face. I was a sparrow flying, I'd fly to some high and lonesome place, join those little birds in their crying, remember you and your dear face. Oh, have you seen my dear companion? Oh, have you seen my dear companion? Oh, have you seen my dear companion? He was all this world to me. I miss you, Doug. Thank you very much. Thank you. No.
Okay, so what I see is we're going to move into the fields room. So this will give you hopefully a few minutes to get over there and be dry. So we're going to continue our program. Probably take about a half hour. Yes, downstairs at the lodge. I'm sorry, the field room is downstairs in the lodge. Take it easy and be careful.
Welcome back.
Yay!
We have just as much fun inside as we do outside. And it's even looks like the crowd even looks bigger squeezed into this room. So we're full except for a few seats. Got a few seats down front and in the middle if anybody's looking for one. So welcome back, everybody. Our next performer up here is a retired chemistry professor. These old-time musicians are smart, you all. Don't be misled by those stereotypes. Mr. Dave Haas is a world-class dulcimer player and teacher who travels all over the country playing and teaching dulcimer. He's been coming here for about 15 years, and if you stick around after this concert is over, you'll find him in the middle of a big jam somewhere upstairs or somewhere around here. So, Mr. Dave Haas.
All right. All right. Thank you. Can you hear the dulcimer? Can you hear the dulcimer? My dad loved old-time music. He didn't know it is. He knew it is square dance music. He used to square dance a lot. And one of his favorite tunes, he's been gone for about 10 years, but one of his favorite tunes was Turkey in the Straw. And so I'm going to play that, and I'm going to need your help. And so the words are turkey in the straw, ha, ha, ha. Turkey in the hay, hey, hey, hey. Let's review. Turkey in the straw, turkey in the hay. A bullfrog danced with his mother-in-law. Say that. A bullfrog danced with his mother-in-law, and we'll all sing a song called Turkey in the Straw. She wouldn't lay an egg. Poured hot water up and down her leg. The little chicken cried, the little chicken begged. Little chicken laid me a hard-boiled egg. Turkey in the straw, oh, turkey in the hay. Bullfrog danced with his mother-in-law. We'll all sing a song called Turkey in the Straw. Turkey in the straw, turkey in the hay. Bullfrog danced with his mother-in-law. We'll all sing a song called Turkey in the Straw. Dad was a little bit ornery, and this is, of course, a little bit ornery. Oh, I had a girl, and she was good, but one of her legs was made of wood. Her hair was false, and her teeth was too. Wasn't much for me to do. Turkey in the straw, oh, turkey in the hay. Bullfrog danced with his mother-in-law. We'll all sing a song called Turkey in the Straw. To milk, but I didn't know how, so I milked a goat instead of a cow. A monkey sitting on a bale of straw, sitting there winking at his mother-in-law. Turkey in the straw, oh, turkey in the hay. The bullfrog danced with his mother-in-law. We'll all sing a song called Turkey in the Straw. Ever gone fishing on a hot summer day when all of the fishies were swimming in the bay with their hands in their pockets, pockets in their pants? Ever see a fishy do the hoochie coochie dance? Turkey in the straw, turkey in the hay. Bullfrog danced with his mother-in-law. We'll all sing a song called Turkey in the Straw. Oh, turkey in the straw, turkey in the hay. Bullfrog danced with his mother-in-law. We'll all sing a song called Turkey in the Straw. Yeah! Oh, you sounded great. Dad would have loved that. Dad would have loved that. Especially that second verse. Somehow it feels good to be in here and not have to worry about getting rained on, you know? Well, this is a beautiful mountain dulcimer. This is made by Folkcraft Instruments. I'm an endorsing artist for them, and this is made in Woodburn, Indiana, which is right outside of Fort Wayne. They make wonderful, wonderful dulcimers. It's walnut, claro walnut on the sides and back, and has a western red cedar top on it. It has a beautiful, beautiful sound. So here is a real old-time tune. This is I'm going to show you the softer and gentler side of the mountain dulcimer. And this is a song called Whaley, Whaley. We know it as The Water is Wide. Thank you. Thank you. Sometimes it amazes me the beautiful music you can make with 3 strings and half the frets missing. But anyway, that's a wonderful piece. And the dulcimer, we can do all kinds of different music with it. And so that's a good example of just something that would be really slow and really pretty. Okay, this is by special request from several folks. Who are my optimists out there? Who are my glass is half full people? Oh, wow. I think this is the most I've ever had. Usually there's like 3 hands that go up, you know? Who are my optimists? Who are my optimists out there, okay? Who are my life throws little twists and turns at you, but you know, it can always be worse. So this song is for you. Sometimes I feel like a three-legged dog, walking around in a self-pity fog. But then I start thinking about all I can do and how bad it would be if I only had two. How bad it would be if I only had two. Now we got to use our imagination. You're a two-legged dog. If they were both on one side, I could only lie down. With two in the front, I'd butt scoot around. But it'd be much worse with two in the rear. Like wearing a sign that says, kick me here. Like wearing a sign that says, kick me here. Three-legged dog, happy as a clam or a bump on a log. Slower than a turtle, smarter than a hog. I'm so happy I'm a three-legged dog. Now I know you're just wanting to sing this. Three-legged dog, happy as a clam or a bump on a log, slower than a, smarter than a, I'm so happy I'm a three-legged dog. Here we go. Three-legged dog, happy as a clam or a bump on a log, slower than a turtle, smarter than a hog. I'm so happy I'm a three-legged dog. With one left front and one right back, life would be a balancing act. It'd be hard to pee and hard to shake. Either one would be a big mistake. Three-legged dog, happy as a clam or a bump on a log, slower than a turtle, smarter than a hog. Some harmonies there would be nice. I'm so happy I'm a three-legged dog. Can always be worse, right? With only one leg, doesn't matter which one. I'd go in circles when I tried to run. With no legs at all, I'd be a hairy little bag. Instead of going for a walk, they'd take me for a drag. Three-legged dog, happy as a clam or a bump on a log, slower than a turtle, smarter than a hog. I'm so happy I'm a three-legged dog. Well, I like what I've got and make the best that I can. And what I ain't got ain't part of who I am. I can still chase a cat, fetch a ball or a stick, as long as you don't want them back real quick. Three-legged dog, happy as a clam or a bump on a log, slower than a turtle, smarter than a hog. I'm so happy I'm a three. One more! Three-legged dog, slower than a turtle, smarter than a hog. I'm so happy I'm a three-legged dog. Thank you so much, Fraley Festival.
Many years ago, I remember meeting this next fella when he was a young kid out at J.P. Fraley's house, and oh my goodness, he was fiddling these old George Hawkins tunes and these J.P. tunes, and he's come up to be one of the, I guess, representing this Northeast fiddle tradition about as good as anybody. He lives in Flatwoods, Kentucky. He rehairs bows, and he is here tonight with his partner, Janet Thompson, and his daddy, Keith Garvin. Make welcome, please, Mr. Michael Garvin.
Sounds pretty good. All right. Glad to be here. We're going to honor J.P. Fraley and play some of the tunes I learned from him. I think one's called Red Apple Rag. Hey, thank you. Uh-oh. The weather's getting to me here. Oh boy. Glad it worked out. This next tune's about a bumblebee. It's called Bumblebee in a Jug. And it's supposed to sound like a bumblebee buzzing in a jug, so I just, that's what I'm doing, in case you want. It's supposed to ring out like that. Did you hear the bee buzzing? Kind of sounds like a bee. They call that musical onomatopoeia. It's a word I don't get to use every day. Okay, we're going to do one more tune, back to J.P. Fraley's and my roots. Claim him as a cousin. And this one's called Miller's Reel. I believe it's J.P.'s Miller's Reel, so it's particularly known as J.P. Fraley's Miller's Reel. Another G tune. Appreciate it. Thanks. Good job, guys. Good job.
Thank you, Michael. And the rest of Kentucky Memories. What a great band name. Yeah, we are about old music, but kind of the best music, we still think. I mean, just because it's been around a long time, that means it ought to be pretty good if people have held on to it for that long. Okay, next up, from Lexington, Kentucky, we have someone, I think this is his first time at the Fraley Festival, or at least on the stage maybe, isn't that right? Okay. His name is Grant Curlis. He's from Lexington, Kentucky. He's another one of those amazing, phenomenal musicians. You're only going to hear him play the guitar and the fiddle tonight and sing, but he plays everything. He plays the bass, the steel, the lap steel, electric guitar, mandolin, fiddle, you name it, he can play it. He's just one of those genius natural musicians, and he can sing. And what I love about him best is he loves the old music. He loves the old music from the 20s and the 30s, which was the golden age of American music, which is what this festival has always been about. And I know you're going to love what he has to offer you tonight. Mr. Grant Curlis.
Little Stream of Whiskey by Burnett and Rutherford.
Go ahead.
Just a mile west of the water tank on a cold November day, in a cold and lonesome boxcar, a dying hobo lay. His friend sat there beside him with a low and drooping head, just listening to the last words his dying buddy said. Well, goodbye, old partner hobo, I hate to say goodbye, but I hear my train a-comin' and I know she's a-getting nigh. Won't you tell that old conductor just where I'd like to stop, where the little stream of whiskey comes flowing down the rocks? Well, we rode the rods together and rambled all around. In every kind of weather, we slept out on the ground. Well, don't you ever miss that train that always makes the stop, where a little stream of whiskey comes flowing down the rocks. Won't you tell my girl in Danville that she need not worry at all, for I'm going to the country where I won't have to work at all. No, I will not have to work there, nor even change my socks, and the little stream of whiskey comes flowing down the rocks. Well, I'm going to that better place where everything is right, where the handouts grow on bushes and you sleep out every night. I won't have to wash my overalls nor even change my socks, and a little stream of whiskey comes flowing down the rocks, and a little stream of whiskey comes flowing down the rocks. Thank you.
You gotta move this one over for your guitar.
Well, here's a sentimental tune from Arthur Smith.
Specialize in those sentimental.
I love them.
People expressed their feelings. They had lots of different kinds of feelings. I don't know what they have now. Mostly anger and resentment. But yeah, he's my guy.
Well, it seems like a year since I've seen you, dear. Yet I know it's only been a day. But the hours seem long and the world goes wrong, for it's empty with you away. And I wake of each dream of your loveliness, just to sink once again into loneliness. I'd give this whole world just for one caress. I'm lonesome, I guess that's all. Well, the faces I see don't appeal to me, for it's your face I long for each day, and your dear loving smile that makes life worthwhile, for it drives all my cares away. And I dream of your lips and your eyes of blue, and I wonder if your heart is dreaming too. My whole heart is crying the whole day through. I'm lonesome, I guess that's all. I said I'm lonesome, I guess that's all. Okay, all right.
This is the one that gets them, folks.
In my dreams of childhood, all the world seemed fair. I saw wildwood, flowers everywhere. When the twilight shadows bring their sweet regret, that I may wander back again to the violet. And I've been making up my mind to find a place that I used to know, by the old Ohio where the shy little violets grow. And I've been waking up to find I'm dreaming dreams of long, long ago, by the old Ohio where the shy little violets grow. Well, I'd like to find a trail, a little winding trail, a house on the hill, find somebody who would promise to be true, and I know she's waiting there still. And when I look into her eyes, they'll tell me things I'm longing to know, by the old Ohio where where the shy little violets grow. Well, I've been making up my mind to find a place that I used to know, by the old Ohio where the shy little violets grow. I've been waking up to find I'm dreaming dreams of long, long ago, by the old Ohio where the shy little violets grow. Well, I'd like to find a trail, a little winding trail, a house on the hill, find somebody who would promise to be true, and I know she's waiting there still. And when I look into her eyes, they'll tell me things I'm longing to know, by the old Ohio where the shy little violets grow. By the old Ohio where the shy little violets grow. Thank you.
Thank you, Grant Carlos. We don't hear old favorites like that anymore. I'm glad he's bringing them back. Next up, we have some more of our favorites from this festival. I've known these people for a long time. They'll have to explain where they're from. I don't know if that means they eat a lot of rabbit hash, or there's actually a place called Rabbit Hash where they elected a dog as mayor. That's a true story. So make welcome, please, Warren and Judy Waldron. Russ and Barb Childers. This is the Rabbit Hash String Band. Yum.
It's so much easier when it's acoustic music. You guys were down here, and we were outside on the porch, and it's a good thing you're in here. The heavens opened up out there. It was pouring and pouring rain. So I'm glad you're here and dry.
Yeah, so we've had the opportunity to rummage around in our old repertoire. It certainly is good to have Barb Childers back with us, and Judy and Russ and the whole gang here. So we're going to start off with an old-time fiddle tune called Polly Put the Kettle On. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
that kettle on. Molly put the kettle on, Molly put the kettle on. Molly put the kettle on, we'll all take tea. Suki, take it off again. Suki, take it off again. All gone away. You can sing that too. Next time you're singing. Molly put the kettle on. Molly put the kettle on. Molly put the kettle on. We'll all take tea. Suki, take it off again. Suki, take it off. Suki, take it off again. They've all gone away. I think it's about to boil now.
I think they can do better, don't you?
One more time. This time. That's that extra minute.
Come on, sing with us. Here we go. Molly put the kettle on. Molly put the kettle on. Molly put the kettle on. We'll all take tea.
Suki, take it off again. Suki, take it off again. Suki, take it off again. They've all gone away. That's a lot, isn't it? I don't know when it ends. There. Perfect. Perfect. Just like we planned it.
Well, thank you. It's wonderful looking out there and see their heads
We're all
popping.
bouncing
and
on our teapot.
and the smiles. That's really good. So, Warren, what are we doing next?
Well, we thought we'd ask you and Barb to sing Fall on My Knees.
Yes, I'd like to dedicate this next song to my knees, which I fell on this morning,
True. It's true.
but here we are.
Here we are. We made it. We were late because we had to get ice packs and put on our knees for about a half hour or so before we left home this morning. So this is a true story.
That, of course, reminded of us the old fiddle tune, Fall on My Knees, when we used to be a screamer when we were a few years younger.
Still is, isn't it?
Yeah.
I wish to the Lord I'd never been born or died when I was young, little girl, or died when I was young. I never would have kissed those red rosy lips or heard your lying tongue, little girl, or heard your lying tongue. I wish to the Lord I'd never been born or died. Your lying tongue, little girl, in this world. This is what happens when you get old. You forget the lyrics. There's more pretty women than you, little girl. There's more pretty women
woman than you. My suitcase is packed and I ain't coming back. It's goodbye, little woman, I'm gone, I'm gone. It's goodbye, little woman, I'm gone. Look up, look down, that long, lonesome thread. Hang down your pretty head and cry, little girl. Hang down your pretty head and cry. My suitcase is packed and I ain't coming back. It's goodbye, little woman, I'm gone, I'm gone. It's goodbye, little woman, I'm gone.
Thank you, Barb and Russ. I love it.
We hadn't planned on doing that one, so the words were just sort of floating in and out. And when it came time for the words to be there, they were out there in space somewhere. This is an honor for us to be down here playing music with you guys, for you guys and with you guys. This has always been a fun festival for us to come to. And tomorrow, I might as well do a shameless plug. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock, there's a cave somewhere in this park system that's big enough for a square dance. And we're going to have a square dance tomorrow, and I've been invited to call it. And square dances work better if we have people. It really isn't a whole lot of fun if there's no one there. So if you're not doing anything, check at the desk. They'll tell you how to get to the cave. I don't know where it is, but it's somewhere not too far from here, and it'd be fun if we had some people there to dance.
And
not going to be bothered by the rain.
And yeah, you won't be bothered by the rain, that's for sure.
And you can do two things at once. You can have a square dance and go caving all at the same time.
And it's really cool in there because we went, I don't know if it was last year or 2 years we went, and the sound reverberating around in that cave is just amazing. So it's fun. Warren, what are we going to do next?
I really wanted to have Barb and Judy do a number for us, so we're going to do one called Sugar Babe.
Who's going to sing it?
Barb Childers and Judy Waldron.
Okay, Barb, here we go.
We're going to sing about a problem as old as time.
That's right.
Between a man and a woman.
This is autobiographic.
I know it's autobiographical.
Okay.
Half has not been told.
All righty, well, here we go.
share. Got no sugar, honey, baby, now. I got no sugar, honey, baby, now. All I can do, it's all I can do, and it's all I can say. Bring it to your mama next payday. Don't bring it to your mama next payday. I'll rock the cradle. I'll rock the cradle and I'll sing this song. I'll rock the cradle when you're gone. Oh, I'll rock the cradle when you're gone.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
What a great variety of music we've had tonight. I said at the beginning, when you come to this festival, you'll hear a lot of things you won't hear anywhere else, because this comes from places that aren't really that commercial. Next up, from Vanceburg, Kentucky, great fiddle player who comes right out of the tradition and learned from all the old timers in this area. Now he's the standard, he's the one who represents it all. Roger Cooper, I hope you will tell people about this event they're going to have in Vanceburg, Kentucky, and I hear that they're going to honor you, and we might be able to see a picture of Roger on the side of a building up there. Where's that going to be, Roger? It's on an outhouse. Well, make sure we know where that outhouse is so we can all go take a picture of it. But that's what? That's October the what? October 19th. The dance about 12 o'clock? Or noon, yeah, okay. And so that's the town festival of Vanceburg. You were just invited to dance here tonight by Russ, and so they're going to need some dancers up there. So if you live in this area, anywhere, Southern Ohio, East Kentucky, West Virginia, come over to Vanceburg, get there early, middle of the day on October 19th. Hear Roger and his friends play for a square dance. Roger Cooper.
Thanks, John.
I want to do a tune I learned from Buddy Thomas. And Buddy's, he's been going 50 years here next month, I think. And he's from the second ridge over from here. He's from there, and he's buried over there. But I always like to do one of his tunes. I learned from him called the Stonewall Jackson. you. You want to do your song now? Sure. Okay, we're going to try this tune here called Right or Wrong. Doug's been working with the big Western bands out there. So this is one of them tunes.
I don't get to sing for that band. I just wrote. Okay. Keep on dreaming till I wake with that same old regret. All along, I thought I'd lose you till I pray that you'd be true in your heart. Just please remember, right or wrong, I'm still in love with you. Right or wrong, I'll always love you. Though you're gone, I can't forget. Right or wrong, I keep on dreaming. Still I wake with that same old regret. All along, I thought I'd lose you. Still I pray that you'd be true in your heart. Please just remember, right or wrong, I'm still in love with you.
Yeah, good job, Doug. Thank you all. Now I'd like to do a tune I learned from another one of my heroes, Marion Sumner. He was a true master fiddle player. But it's called Sweet Georgia Brown.
Little bit of everything there. All right. And now for something completely different. I'd like to welcome up, gosh, I don't know what to say about Rich. He's just been doing this for so long, and he's so deeply rooted in old mountain music. And of course, everyone knows about his grandmother, Addie Graham. And Rich has continued, did some great recordings of her that were on the June Apple label. Are those still available? Can you still get those? Okay. I remember years ago he played with the band, John McCutcheon and Tommy Bledsoe and maybe, who else was in it? Rice Straw. That was it. Great trio back in the Highwood String Band days. They were holding their own with just three of them. And Rich still comes to the Cowan Creek Mountain Music School and teaches there once in a while. And you get in a late night session, he can go on with old songs that you haven't heard in a long time, all night long. And I'm looking forward to another singing session with you. So really a special person here, Rich Kirby.
Thank you, John. Thank you. I want to start off with a ballad that comes from our cultural cousins out in Arkansas. It's called Harrison Town. Come on, you rambling, gambling boys, and listen here to me. Listen to my story, shun bad company. Know I've been a curious lad, I know I broke the law, but I'll step out and hear 'em shout for me in Arkansas. I rode down to Harrison Town a couple of months ago. Turned my horse to the westward to Eureka I did go. Harrison crowd that followed me, they knew I have no doubt that I would lie in the Bearville jail before the week was out. They captured me on King Creek, boys, I might have killed the crowd. If it had not been for the ball and chain, it rung so clear and loud. My ma, she come and scorned at me, said to hush my jaw. They ain't never been a worser man in the hills of Arkansas. They took me down to Bearville, boys, I went to the court of law. Took my ride by the Marshall side of Little Rock, Arkansas. Come all you rambling, gambling boys, hear what stands over my case. It's the noble horse, the big bay horse that I rode in the race. Now there's one thing that I've left out to you I'm gonna tell. That is the girl, the pretty little girl that I did love so well. If ever I get my liberty with bread and meat to chaw, I'm gonna settle down and stay with her in Carroll County, Arkansas. Well, John mentioned my grandmother, whose name was Addie Graham. She was the foundation of all of my music, and she had a kind of a unique version of Wild Bill Jones, Friday Night in Old Kentucky, so here we are. So I'll sing it. And I went rambling around when I met with that Wild Bill Jones, walking and talking with my little Donny gal, and I bade him leave her alone. Some say that love is a pleasure, Lord, no pleasure do I see, for the one that I love as dear as my life has now gone back on me. I got mixed up in an awful fight, and I fell into the county jail. Saddest words that ever I heard was when she wouldn't go my bail. I wrote my love a letter, Lord, asking her to pay my fine. She wrote me back in a week or so, saying, darling, do come home sometime. It's $1 in my pocketbook and a 40 gun in my hand. I'm gonna go get that gal that I love, or I'm gonna go get her man. Some say my age is 21, too old for to be controlled. I took my revolver from my side and destroyed that poor boy's soul. Well, he strangled and he struggled all over the ground, and he gave one dying moan, throwed his arms up around her neck, saying, darling, you are left all alone. Some say that love is a pleasure, Lord, no pleasure do I see, for today was the last of that Wild Bill Jones, and tomorrow'll be the last of me. Said, pass around that long neck bottle and we'll all get out on a spree, for today was the last of that Wild Bill Jones, tomorrow'll be the last of me. Thank you. I've got one more for you, and this comes from the great Southwest Virginia singer Doc Boggs. When I left my father's house, I was young and blind. I made a mistake and I done wrong, and I'm dissatisfied. I believe I'll go back home. I believe I'll go back home. I believe I'll go back home, acknowledge I done wrong. When I was at my father's house, place I love so dear, where they've got plenty to eat and I'm a starving here. I believe I'll go back home. I believe I'll go back home. I believe I'll go back home, acknowledge I done wrong. I'll go back to my father's house, fall down on my face, say I've been unworthy, I'll seek a servant's place. I believe I'll go back home. I believe I'll go back home. I believe I'll go back home, acknowledge I done wrong. Father seen him a-coming, met him with a smile, throwed his arms all around him, says, "This my wandering child." Father said to his servant, "Go kill a fatted calf, invite all friends and relatives, my son come home at last." I believe I'll go back home. I believe I'll go back home. I believe I'll go back home, acknowledge I done wrong. Banquet was in session, all sorrow had passed. Father's heart was filled with joy, his son come home at last. Elder brother was jealous, I believe I heard him say, "Gave my brother his portion, I never went away." Father said to his eldest son, "You've been both good and kind. Not a calf I've given thee, but all I have is thine." I believe I'll go back home. I believe I'll go back home. I believe I'll go back home, acknowledge I done wrong. Thank you all.
I know that's why you come to the Fraley Festival. There's just that's a national treasure right there. You'll never hear that at any other festival, I guarantee it. What a wonderful opportunity to hear Rich Kirby. I got you. Hold on a minute. Of course, it's important to pay respect to those who've come before us, but it's also important to renew our commitment to the music and bring a new generation into the fold. And I can tell many of you know this young woman up here already. This afternoon we had Michelle Fraley Wilson on the stage and playing this same instrument, the dulcimer. And Michelle's son, Todd, is the grandson of Anna Dean and J.P. Fraley. Also has 4 kids here. You've seen them run around. They're all modeling this nice shirt. Have you seen the shirt they're wearing? Those shirts are available back there at the merchandise table. And it's a thrill to be able to present Samantha Wilson here to play for you her dulcimer this evening for the Fraley Festival. Samantha Wilson, you're going to tell them what you're going to play. Yep. Okay, thank you.
The first song I'm going to play is John Simpson number 2, and I learned this from my grandma. The next song I'm playing is Old Joe Clark, which I learned from Tish and Greg's book. The last song I'm playing is Great Cat on Tennessee Farm, which I also learned from Greg and Tish's and Greg's book.
Yeah, it's wonderful to see. So the great granddaughter of J.P. and Anna Dean Fraley, and all newcomers to the music need to have their teachers, right? So thank you to Tish Westman and to Michelle Wilson as well. They've been teaching. In fact, it was last year at this festival. Tish sort of took Samantha by hand, and I think she got up on stage after just the one day of playing. So we're pleased to see the progress this year. It's wonderful to see. And while the next band is coming up, I did want to clarify or just give another announcement for the square dance tomorrow at 3 o'clock at the Cascade Cave. It's not that hard to find. If you've seen the brochure, the festival brochure, the directions are on the back. And the times are on the back, so you can take a look at that. And if you do have any questions about, it does require to drive off site a couple miles. If you have questions, you can ask at the desk. And if you don't be intimidated by the decontamination directions at the bottom of the page for the white nose disease, for the protection of the bats. It's very easily done. It's not that involved. All you do is walk over a mat as you leave the cave. So yeah, come on out tomorrow. It's good to have dancers at 3 o'clock. And don't forget the workshops tomorrow. Shoot, well, all afternoon. And I think it's going to be wonderful weather tomorrow afternoon. We'll be over in the amphitheater starting at 11 o'clock. Storytelling. Andrew Bevan, I don't see him in the house here. He's probably upstairs, but Carly Dawn is right here, and she's doing ballads at 12. And every year we have an hour that we say, let's do some music of J.P. and Anna Dean Fraley if you haven't heard enough, because we have heard several fiddle tunes up. We'll do some songs tomorrow during a workshop for that at 1 o'clock. The fiddles get their own workshop at 2 and the guitars at 3. So at 3 o'clock you can have the option of either being at the guitar workshop with Robin Kessinger, what a treat that is, or heading over to Cascade Cave and doing the square dance over there. Lots of opportunities here at the Fraley Festival. Almost. This next band is one of my oldest friends and very familiar here at the festival. They've returned every year, and so we're so fortunate to have them. They hail generally from the Hillsville, Virginia area, down near the border with North Carolina, down in that area. And if you don't know Betty and her fiddle, she has more knowledge in that and those hands are fiddle hands, and then just about anybody I know about these old tunes. So would you give a welcome to the Reed Island Rounders?
I'll tell you, that was probably the most orderly getting of people from one spot to another that I've ever witnessed and been a part of this evening. And I know there's been decades of Fraley festivals where people didn't have these like magical rectangular things that they could look at and see while it's raining on them that it's raining. You know?
But yeah, can I say, let's say thanks to the staff here at the park. What a wonderful opportunity they did. They did well.
So it kind of put me in mind of the theme to Exodus. Anybody remember the Exodus movie? This is for viewers of a certain age group here. Da 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 da. Right. So we had the mass exodus from the amphitheater to the lodge. So we're happy always to have Ron Mullinex play with us. He lives down there at Bluefield, or outside of, or whatever you call it. And he's a West Virginian, whether he lives on the line, over the line, inside the line, or not.
Right.
And he's one of the best banjo players of West Virginia. A wonderful singer, wonderful fiddler. So, you know, we love to have him. And
well, thank you, Betty. We got a dilemma here a little bit because we were going to do, I was going to sing what I thought was a fairly unique version of Wild Bill Jones. And you just heard Rich Kirby sing a rather unique version of Wild Bill Jones, and they're awfully, awfully close. Not exactly the same. The melody's just a little different. Words may be a little different in a place or two, not many places.
well,
But we thought we might go ahead and do it anyway, so we can kind of see what the folk process is like from one side of the mountain to the other. There's a little bit of difference.
a little teaching moment. Now, you know, we won't do a quiz afterwards, but, you know, you can talk amongst yourselves. I mean, did the fiddle add anything? Is the full orchestra version, you know?
And we're going to forge ahead and hope you'll be understanding with us.
All right.
One Friday evening I was rambling around and I came upon that Wild Bill Jones. He was walking and talking with my only true love, and I bid him for to leave her alone. Some say that love is a pleasure, Lord. No pleasure do I see, for the one that I love more dear than my life is now gone back on me. I got mixed up in an awful fight and I landed in that county jail. And the saddest words that ever I've heard was that she wouldn't come and go my bail. I wrote my love a letter asking her to pay my fine, but she wrote me back in a week or so saying, honey, just come home sometime.
my pocketbook and a 44 gun in my hand. I'm going to get that girl of mine, or I'm going to kill that man. He said my age is 21, too old to be controlled. Well, I drew my revolver from my side and destroyed that poor boy's soul. He stumbled and staggered and he fell to the ground and he gave one dying moan. I threw my arms around my true love's neck, saying, honey, now you're left all alone. They sent me to prison for 20 long years. This poor boy longs to be free. But Wild Bill Jones and that long-necked bottle have been the ruin of me. Thank you.
There's a, how many people here know of and know the music of Henry Reed down in our Virginia, West Virginia border area? He's somebody that I didn't get to meet, but we got to know his family, his offspring. I think they had 12 children. We met about half of them over the past 20 years or so, got to know some of them fairly well. The last and the youngest, Dean Reed, he was a twin with his brother Gene, passed away barely a week ago, a little over a week ago. We went to his funeral this past weekend. And so Henry Reed's tunes are on our mind, but also all of those wonderful Reed brothers that we got to know and sisters. There's longevity in that bunch to the tune of Neil, who lived to be, I think, 105. And all of these kids played their dad's music, played their own music. You know, all of them, when they would get together, and they would say this about each other. When the Reed boys get together, and it was mostly the boys that played, when the Reed boys get together, they fight, they squabble, and they play music. And I'd never seen such a tight bunch of siblings into their, adult lives be able to just act, like brothers and sisters, like they always were, and have so much fun at it. So we're thinking of Henry Reed tunes. So we've got one called Ducks on a Pond, which is one of my favorites.
One more thing I'd like to tell you. I'd like to tell you one more thing about Neil. Neil was the one that was 105 years old. When he was on his deathbed in the hospital, they brought him his harmonica and he played the fox chase with hounds and foxes, everything. So that's the kind of people they were.
Yep, enough to kill over a 30-year-old man.
Ducks on the Pond.
Ron does a wonderful banjo job on that. I just love playing that with him. So now our last one. Oh, yeah. We have another tune we learned from the Reed Bunch. And it's gone through various names and various kind of descriptions over the years because Henry Reed didn't leave a name for it. So some people know it as the A&F reel. Some people know it as a precursor to Clinch Mountain Backstep. Some people know it as, hey, this is just a really fine tune. So we gave it a name, and we ran the name past Dean Reed and James and whoever else was still, of the brothers were still living at the time, and they were happy for us to name it Giles County Blues because they're all up there around Giles County. So close enough. And it's kind of bluesy, and it's a lot of fun, and it's a great dance tune. So if anybody wants to get up and dance, have at it.
Thank y'all so much.
Have a dry night.
I had the great pleasure, I have a radio show, a weekly radio show up in Ohio that presents this kind of music, and in fact I've had many of these artists on. I like to do live music. And in June, I had Joe Cook on with a group that he sings with, a group called the Hardtaggers. But I see we're going to do Squeeze Box Time today.
Well, this is the nuclear option. Talk about something entirely different. This is it.
Do you need a microphone for that, Joe?
Well, it might not be a bad idea. It might. On the other hand.
And Carly, I don't think you need to do Wild Bill Jones at the workshop tomorrow. So. But come on out to the Ballad Workshop, Carly Dawn. If you haven't heard her, it's a treat to hear. I imagine you'll be on the show tomorrow night. I noticed Robin Kessinger is on later yet today, so we'll have a chance to hear Robin and come see his workshop at 3 o'clock tomorrow. But let's enjoy. Joe Cook lives up in my country, up in Ohio. You're from Yellow Springs, Ohio.
That's right.
And as I said, sings with a a cappella group called the Hardtackers. But I'm very pleased to have him. No stranger to the Fraley Festival. He's returned year after year because he loved this type of music. So give a welcome to Joe Cook.
Thank you. This is the Anglo concertina. The English concertina was invented by Charles Wheatstone, the guy that invented the Wheatstone Bridge, if any of you are into electronics. But this was the cheap knockoff version that was sold for as little as $1. And so it made its way into folk music and into Irish music a lot. So I'm going to play a couple of things. One's an Irish song by Turlough O'Carolan, who is one of the people who is most represented in Appalachian music from Ireland, too. The tune Shabag Shamor is one of his. So anyway, but this is another one. I was doing genealogy, and I was looking up my third great-grandmother, whose name was Elizabeth Poor. So what do? You Google. So I Googled Poor, and this thing came up about Fanny Poor. And so I clicked on it, and this song came up. And so let me get this thing on right. You have to wear these things. Thank you. These were, you can use them for a lot of different things, but in nautical music, the Hardtackers, the group that I'm in, we a cappella, because there's no place to plug an amp in on a sailing ship. And so we do all that sort of stuff. And occasionally we'll use a concertina with it. But you can play a lot of different kinds of music on it. And one of the popular types are hornpipes, because that was a dance that sailors did. It was like a buck dance might be something that one person does. Hornpipes were the same thing, and they were done on ships. And so a lot of hornpipes wind up in the concertina thing. So this is one you might recognize. Thank you. You can play some more modern music on it too. I have a song that kind of came into the nautical things with. There's a Jay Unger song. He wrote Ashokan Farewell. A guy came up to me at a festival one time and said, "Can you play Oshkosh Farewell?" And I told him I didn't know that. But this is called Around the Horn. Excuse me. Thank you.
Will you play that Oshkosh Farewell next time, Joe?
I'm going to have to fly in Oshkosh to do it.
I love that. Love that music. What a wonderful, just wonderful concert, Joe. Another Ohio group. Some of you may know Paul Brown, the banjo player from Chillicothe, Ohio, one of the really most creative players on the scene, especially these old-time styles, but he can do it all. He knows that neck on the banjo more than most of us do, tell from personal experience. And he writes some of his own material. Maybe he'll do one of his own. Would you welcome from Ohio, Linda Scott and Paul Brown.
Thank you. Hello? Hello? Am I on? Okay, there we go. We're going to play an old song by Ola Belle Reed. It's called I've Endured, and I decided that it really needed something. Well, I like to just kind of shake things up a bit, and not that it needed anything, but I just wanted to do something different. So I stuck a Last Chance, an old fiddle tune, in the middle of it, and it's kind of all spliced together, and it seems to go. So this is I've Endured and Last Chance. Valleys through the rain and snow. Saw the lightning flashing, heard thunder roll. But I've endured, how long must one endure? Barefoot in the summer, up into the fall. Too many mouths to feed that could not clothe us all. Go to church on Sunday, learn the golden rule. But I've endured, how long must one endure? I've worked for the rich and I've lived with the poor. I've seen many heartaches, I'll see many more. I've lived love and sorrow, I've been to success's door. But I've endured, how long must one endure? Born in the mountain many years ago, walked these hills and valleys through the rain and snow. Saw the lightning flashing, heard the thunder roll. But I've endured, how long must one end? I've endured, how long must one end? All right, thank you. Now, Linda and I, we're going to try one here. I'm a really lucky guy. I get to play with Linda on a very regular basis. We're having a band called the Holler Tones. Play contra dances.
We get to learn lots of fiddle tunes. And I think I'm the one that talked Paul into doing this.
Yeah, this is we're working without a net up here. Who are the gentlemen that did this song, Linda?
Cahalan Morrison and Eli West. I believe they wrote this. Two young guys from out, I believe, in Portland, Oregon. Very talented musicians.
For those of you that play, that know that some songs are crooked. It means they don't take a normal form. And so if you play a crooked song, you get used to what the crookedness of the tune, so it becomes natural to you. The thing about this song is that it's crooked, and every verse is crooked in a different way. And there's a lot of words, so just hang with us on this.
God help us.
Well, we like it. Yeah, we like it, so we're going to do it. It's called James is Out. Sits right down between his ears, right on his noggin. My daddy's got hat sits right down between his ears, right on his noggin. He goes to the cooper, he don't get it none down there, because he cuts the seams and bends them like nobody can compare.
getting into something. James is out in the pasture, and God knows he's getting into something. He goes to the ferry, he don't get him none down there, because he packs a better barefoot than no mule could ever dare.
It's my bedtime.
I want to play an old song. It's really old, and I read somewhere that Aaron Copland was involved with this song in some way. So anyway, it's a cool old song. It's called The Boatman. And yeah, thank you for your kind attention tonight. Sing, the boatman do most anything. When the boatman comes to floor, and he works for more than dance. Dance, boatman, dance. Dance all night to the broad daylight. Go home with the girls in the morning. Hi-ho, the boatman row down the river the Ohio. Went on board the other day, see what the boatman had to say. 'Cause there I let my passion loose till they threw me in some calaboose and said, dance, dance, boatman, dance. Dance all night till the broad daylight. Go home with the girls in the morning. Hi-ho, the boatman row down the river the Ohio. Ball, you dance with the gal, you don't dance at all. Sky blue suit, charcoal hat, look out boys for the nine-tailed cat. Now dance, boatman, dance. Dance all night to the broad daylight. Go home with the girls in the morning. Hi-ho, the boatman row down the river the Ohio. Is a thrifty man,
like the boatman can. Never saw a pretty gal in my life, but she was the boatman's wife. Now dance, boatman, dance, dance all night. Broad daylight, go home with the girls in the morning. Hi ho, the boatman row, floating down the river, the Ohio.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Donna and Steve Bing are maybe they get the vote for the most versatile group at the Fraley Festival because they've spent time. They're from Cincinnati now, another Ohio group, but they've spent time in Louisiana studying the Cajun tradition as well as the Kentucky fiddle tradition. So it's all one great package. And Steve's going to play a reed instrument that's different than the one Joe Cook just played. So maybe he can talk about how that difference goes. And we appreciate you your patience tonight. Because of the move, we're all getting a little late, but we've got some good music yet to go, including Steve and Donna Bing. Would you give them a nice Fraley welcome?
All right. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Just,
And can you hear me? Yeah, if any
can you
children...
hear this one? Can you hear this one? Can you hear this one? All right.
And if any children are sleeping and you want them to continue to sleep, you might want to take them out now.
Well, I've been playing Cajun music since the 70s, so I just fell in love with Cajun music, even living in Ohio. So I kind of will tell you all about that later. But we're going to play, we're going to sing in Cajun French. We're going to play a twin fiddle tune, much in the Creole style. And you people that play the fiddle, watch how we interchange the seconding part, okay, and the lead and the seconding. The Cajuns have just a wonderful way of getting people to dance. It's very percussive. Whatever instruments they play, whether it's a guitar or a fiddle or an accordion, it's very, very percussive. And what makes people get up and dance, I hope. So this is called Ville Platte two-step, but it's in 3/4 time. And it was written and recorded in 1927 by Dennis McGee. And the words are basically, you promised me your hand when you were 15, your hand in marriage. And now that you are 16, you're leaving me. What am I going to do? I have spent a whole year wasting my time courting you. You've made me very sad. What am I to do? Donna's going to sing in the Dennis McGee style, which is the highest pitch I could ever imagine.
No, not really.
Babadon. Regardez donc, ça te fait malheureux. Si tu fais marcher tout le jour et la nuit, tu me fais perdre mon temps pour un an de temps pour aller chez toi malheureuse. Hey, je vais faire comme il volant pour ma famille, c'est ma vie, pour ma vie, pour ma vie dans jolie. No, this tune is one Steve wrote in the Creole style, which means we both play together in unison. It's not fiddle break, accordion break. And it's about a man whose girlfriend comes to see him as he's working in the garden, and then she gets out of her car, she looks at him, and then just gets back in her car and drives away, and he doesn't see her again. So.
Well, that was a story. In 2008, we recorded a CD with the great Goldman Thibodeau, who is the oldest Creole French-speaking accordion player in Louisiana right now. And it was on the short list for a Grammy. We didn't get it, but we feel very honored that we even made the CD with Goldman Thibodeau, who is, I just dearly love the man. I spent 6 weeks at his house rehearsing for the CD, and not once did I see any green vegetable on their kitchen table. It was all gumbo and
rice,
roast beef and stuff like that. And he raised sheep. Loved the man, loved his wife. He's still alive. So this is a Cajun accordion. What you saw before was a little round thing. Okay, a little round thing with buttons on both sides, played by drunken Irish and Englishmen. No, this is a Cajun accordion, played by drunken Cajuns. The Garden Waltz, the Boss de Jardin.
J'espérais à bout de mon jardin, j'espérais toute la journée. Je ne peux pas rester découragé. C'est toi qui peux casser mon cœur. J'ai le corps de te pardonner, parce que je ne veux pas t'oublier. C'est juste toi qui veux les séparer. Il est toujours de près t'espérer.
Well, we cut that in short. We cut that in short because we like to play just a little bit more. This is our last tune, and I don't know how many people plan to go to church on Sunday, but I'll tell you what this song is about. It's called Les Flammes d'Enfer. How many speak French? Les Flammes d'Enfer, the flames of hell. And it's about a guy who's dying, and he tells his wife or his girlfriend, we're not too sure, to pray for him to save his soul from the flames of hell. He says he's condemned to the flames of hell. And this was a Creole tune. This did not make it into the Cajun culture until quite recently, in the last 50, 60 years. So the melody is an old Creole melody. So I'm throwing around these tunes, Cajun and Creole, quite loosely. I take an hour to explain it, but I'm not going to. Les Flammes d'Enfer!
Au petit cœur, priez pour moi. Suis condamné pour les flammes d'enfer. Priez pour moi. Sauvez mon âme. Sauvez mon âme pour les flammes d'enfer. Petite tante, priez pour moi. Je suis condamné pour les flammes d'enfer. Priez pour moi. Sauvez mon âme. Sauvez mon âme pour les flammes d'enfer.
Thank you.
Energy in that music. Always a pleasure to hear Donna and Steve Bing. And if there's anybody that can follow up that energy, let's call on Robin Kassinger and Hazel Riley. The Kassinger name in West Virginia is legendary in old-time music, partly due to this guy. I've mentioned several times you can come out tomorrow and hear him in a more informal setting, although this isn't too formal either, but he'll be for a whole hour on stage tomorrow at the guitar workshop at 3 o'clock. We'll do that in the amphitheater. You're in for a real treat if you haven't. Most of you have been here before and know Robin and Hazel. They've been here several years now together. And the wonderful music they make together. So please welcome Robin Kester and Hazel Riley.
Oh man, there's people out there. Hey, is Hazel, Doug, is Hazel close enough on that? Are you comfortable? All right. It gets better. Made that up myself. Thank you. Thank you. Well, the name of that was Gypsy Wagon. And we're going to play Rutland's Reel. You want to start it? It's a fiddle tune. Robert Rutland was a great influence on me, not only on fiddle, but guitar. He was a closet guitar player. He played with Howdy Forster. I don't want to get too deep in it, but he was a family friend, and I was real lucky growing up. How's it go? Oh, Rutland's Reel. It was written by his the way I was told, it was written by his great-grandfather, and his grandfather added a part to it, and his father added a part to it. His father was a fiddler too, and then Robert added a part to it. And the only recording of it that I know is Howdy Forrester recorded it also. Howdy put another part in it as well. So we're going to play that as a tribute to his friend, Robert Rutland. Georgia Slim was what he went by on stage. You want to start it, Hazel, Riley? All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. So much fun playing for y'all. Glad y'all are here. Man, it gets awful quiet. not used to that. We say we play, what's the name of that? Down Yonder. Yeah, it's an old-timey tune, Down Yonder. My sister, I just thought of something, Hazel. My sister was taking German in high school, and her German teacher told her that when she first came to America, this is in the 60s, she thought down yonder meant in the living room. You want to start it out? You start it out. Take all of it. Thank you. Thank you.
Always a pleasure to hear that great guitar music. Robin's a national champion on the guitar. What a treasure he is. And he likes to come to the Fraley Festival. Partly because all the great music that goes on up in the lodge here and out in the parking lot when it's good weather. Maybe you can partake of some of that before you go to bed tonight. We have a couple more of some real good. In fact, part of that Kessinger clan get to come back in a little bit, but we're going to keep it in Kentucky for a little while. Down here in Danville, Kentucky, Brian Mellett is a music teacher down there. He's a school teacher. Now you can either give him sympathy, he teaches elementary music, or give him admiration. He's going to retire this year. This is his last year teaching, so something to look forward to. You get to graduate. I think anybody that teaches 4th, 5th, and 6th grade music they have to have sainthood. They're at least in the candidacy. But it's also nice to have someone in that position who knows something about traditional Kentucky music. In fact, they have dulcimers in their music program down there.
Get a leg in front.
There we go. All right.
Think you got it there, Barb? All right.
All right. Well,
Smaller.
thanks for sticking around. Yeah, this is way past my school teacher bedtime. I guess it's like 8:30 and 9 o'clock, and we're out because we get up at 5:30 every morning. But this is pretty cool. So all right, here's a couple of banjo tunes I wrote. Slow down because the nerves have kicked in. I'm going too fast for my hands. Yeah, so those are two that I wrote. The first one was called My Little House, and then I went into one called Worm Moon. Not warm, but worm. There's a big moon that comes out close to March and April that the Native Americans called the worm moon because that's when things are starting to warm up and the worms would start moving. So it's kind of traditionally called the worm moon. And being a mullet and knowing my papa, my dad, it's like 4 o'clock most mornings we're up, whether we want to be or not. And so I happened to be up with this big moon going, and I had my banjo out, so I just wrote a tune. so that was kind of the background. Middle of the night, looking at the moon. Yeah. So I was going to see how many people. I don't know if many people know this tune or not, and I got to cheat on this one. It was written in 1896. It's called Kentucky Babe. Skeeters are a-humming on the honeysuckle vine. Sleep, Kentucky babe. Sandman is a-comin' to this little babe of mine. Sleep, Kentucky babe. Silvery moon is shining in the heavens up above. Bobolink is pining for his little lady love. You are mighty lucky, babe of old Kentucky. Close your eyes and sleep. Fly away. Fly away, Kentucky babe. Fly away to rest. Fly away. Lay your little sleepy head on your mama's breast. Ooh, ooh. Close your eyes in sleep. Close your eyes in sleep. Oh, cool. Yeah. Yeah, that was originally written in what whites thought blacks really talk like. So instead of Skeeters are humming, the original is Skeeters am humming. And so it was one of those old minstrel tunes like that. You're all still awake. Okay, so that was actually a lullaby, right? But the second verse is even worse because the mom is singing this song to the little kid, and she's saying, and then the second verse, Daddy's out in the cane brake trying to hunt a possum for us for supper and tomorrow, and you better go to sleep or the boogeyman's going to get you. So it's the second verse is kind of scary, but that's kind of, but it's if you kind of look it up there. Dad used to sing that to us all the time. All right, I had two of both sets of my grandparents were phenomenal. I was lucky in that sense. I know some kids growing up didn't have good grandparents, but my Mollet grandparents grew up. They were from southeastern Kentucky and then western West Virginia. So Grandma, what we called her Mom, she was from Kermit, West Virginia. She grew up in the coal camps around Mingo when Mate One was having all of shooting. She was a little girl, and she was actually in Mate One at that time. So then she said, my older sister grabbed me and threw me in a storefront. We hit the ground, and then everybody was shooting as everybody came out of the courthouse there at Mate One. And then Papaw, he was a coal miner, and he met her in the coal camps. So this is called Stella, the Coal Camp Girl, and so this one I wrote for my grandparents. Stella was a poor girl from the coal camps of West Virginia, where your future seems as dark as the coal, where you work your whole life away for a little bit of script, and the coal company store owns your soul. The fourth of 5 children with a father who took to roaming, her mother worked her fingers to the bone. She took in people's laundry to make a little money, and with a little faith and love, she made a home. Now, Stella, there's a light at the end of that tunnel. Your future ain't gotta be as dark as the coal they mine. There's good things coming to you can't even imagine. You just gotta give it a little time. Now, life was rough in the coal camps, and Stella wanted better. She dreamed one day she'd leave it all behind. She met a handsome miner who loved her like no other. They married and they started their new life.
He worked until the script run out, so he turned in his pick and shovel, said he wanted something better too. So he and Stella packed it up, left those hills behind them. Eastern Kentucky gave them a different view. Now Stella, there's a light at the end of that tunnel. Your future ain't gotta be as dark as the coal they mine. There's good things coming to you can't even imagine. You just gotta give it a little time. Ed got a refinery job, Stella kept the home fires burning. 5 children blessed their family. For 58 years they made a life filled with love and laughter, till the Lord took it to eternity. Now Stella is surrounded by her children and their children. Only one thing would make her life complete. The when her maker takes her home to live with him forever, and she and Ed would sit at Jesus' feet. Now Stella, there's a light at the end of that tunnel. Your future ain't gotta be as dark as the coal they mine. Now there's good things coming to you can't even imagine. You just gotta give it a little time. Yeah, there's good things coming to you can't even imagine. You just gotta give it a little time. Yeah, you just gotta give it a little time. Thank y'all.
Good luck on your last year teaching. A graduate of Moorhead's music program as well. That's good. Oh, we got a couple players up here you've seen before, but the one that hasn't been on for a while, not tonight, is the central fiddler. We'll give the stage to her. This is Jenny Allender from Point Pleasant. And Jenny won the Vandalia, which is West Virginia's premier fiddle contest. She was #1 this year. Give a round of applause to Jenny Allender.
There wasn't that much competition. Yeah, there were only 8 of us. Please, quickly again. Thanks to all of you who stuck around, and I know it's late. I know you're tired. I know we're tired. But we appreciate your patience and sticking around to hear us. And I wanted to say thanks to Barb and everybody here for always being so good about accommodating everybody. So, well, close enough. We're going to start with a waltz written by Tony Ellis. Some of you may be familiar with him. He's an Ohio fellow, banjo player extraordinaire and fiddler also. And he writes beautiful tunes. And he's really nice to us, so we like him a lot.
He's a gentleman.
He's the quintessential gentleman, yes. So this is a tune called Straw Dolls. Thank you. Thank you. Now, next, we're going to play an Irish tune. Linda and I have been getting confused about the name of it all afternoon. It's called The Bright Hollow Fog, but when we were practicing earlier, she called it the Hollow Bright Hog, or something like that. Anyway.
It doesn't really resemble the tune very.
No, it's a really, Sorry to play two slow tunes together, but it just felt like the right thing to do.
Jenny does slow pretty well.
It goes with my slow brain. We learned this from the playing of a wonderful mandolin and probably other instruments player by the name of Marla Fibish. And she's an American, but she plays a lot of Irish music, and she's just wonderful. So, The Bright Hollow Fall.
Are you there, Paul?
All right.
Well done. Well done.
Thank you. Now we're going to finish up with something completely different. As Monty Python would say. Glenn Smith was a fiddle player. He was actually from Galax, Virginia, but he lived a lot of his life in West Virginia. And he was one of the older fiddlers who really encouraged me a lot when I was learning to play fiddle tunes. And he played the tune we're about to do, and it's called 4 Miles to Cumberland. And Hope you like it. Thanks again.
And let's see, that instrument Linda was playing is called an octave mandolin. It has 8 strings on it. Has a unique sound. You're going to see it. Lucy and Marshall are what's left of the South Carolina contingent that used to. I must have missed the Buckinghams and the Hallmans tremendously. For those of you who've been here, the old. Well, okay. Where is that? Where's okay? I'll come back and say hello. Almost, right?
Yeah, she's not performing this right now, but she's here.
Excellent. Well, okay. So they were in what workshop were you doing today? Or you were just on the open stage?
We were on the open stage, and Marshall was in the dulcimer.
Yeah. So the dulcimer. So welcome. I'm stumbling around, but thanks so much for attending the concert tonight. We'll do this again tomorrow. We've gone through the workshop schedules. The square dance at 3. The big show starts again at 7 o'clock tomorrow. It's going to be cooler tomorrow, which will be a welcome change. Wear your long sleeve shirt and come down to the amphitheater, and we'll have a big time again. But meanwhile, we're going to close out the show.
Woohoo!
Close out the show with Lucy Allen and Marshall Goers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I should say too that Marshall grew up in Kentucky too. So
I did. I was telling somebody at the dulcimer that I had lived in Louisville, Lexington, and Middlesboro, so I pretty much had the length of the state covered.
So what are we starting with?
So we're starting with a John Sawyer tune called Duck River.
So I had the great honor of being in a workshop called Women Who Sing and Play Traditional Music at Merle Fest. And one of the people there did the song I'm about to do. It's a ballad called Pretty Fair Maid. And she's like, I'm going to sing this really sad ballad. And there's, I don't know if any of you know Sheila K. Adams or Donna Ray Norton from the Madison County and Sodom Laurel in North Carolina, great traditional ballad singers. And so this woman is saying it's a sad one. I'm like, that's like one of the only ballads with a happy ending. So, anyway. Pretty fair maid was in her garden when a stranger came a-riding by. She came up to the gate, called her, said, pretty fair maid, would you be my bride? Said, I've a true love who's in the army, and he's been gone for 7 long years. And if he's gone for 7 years longer, I'll still be waiting for him here. Perhaps he's on some watercourse drowning. Perhaps he's on some battlefield slain. Perhaps he's to some fair girl married, and you will never see him again. Well, if he's drowned, I hope he's happy. Or if he's on some battlefield slain, and if he's to some fair girl married, I'll love the girl that married him. He took his hand out of his pocket, and on his finger wore a golden ring. And when she saw that band a-shining, a brand new song her heart did sing. And then he threw his arms all around her, and kisses gave her 1, 2, 3, said, I'm your true and loving soldier who's come back home to marry thee. Pretty fair maid was in her garden when a stranger came a-riding by. He came up to the gate, called her, said, pretty fair maid, would you be my bride? Thank you. And thank you all, for those of you who hung out this long, for staying this long. We're going to send you out with a waltz and another Henry Reed tune called Rockin' the Babies to Sleep. Don't fall asleep until you get out of here, though.
I'm not really sure if this is from Henry Reed. I learned this from Al Jabbour. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Safe travels back to wherever you're spending the night.